Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras se aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Este video fue producido con la ayuda financiera de la Unión Europea.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo lo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children, and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
Barbados, Belice, Bolivia, Brasil, Canadá, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Estados Unidos con audio únicamente, Guatemala, Guyana, Haití, Honduras, México, Panamá, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana, Santa Lucía, San Vicente y las Grenadinas, Trinidad y Tobago, Uruguay y Venezuela. Confirmamos quórum, presidente. Gracias.
Muy bien, señor secretario general adjunto. Me complace entonces declarar abierta esta sesión ordinaria del Consejo Permanente.
Having established a quorum, and thank you, Assistant Secretary General, let me now begin this session of the Permanent Council by adopting the order of business, which has been distributed to you. The reference document is CPOD 2337/21, which I put to you for your adoption. There appear to be no comments in that regard, so we will take it as adopted. This is a regular session of or I should say, special session of the Permanent Council, which is very special inasmuch as we have with us the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala and the Assistant Secretary General. We are going to discuss the forthcoming assembly of the OAS, the General Assembly, which will take place in Guatemala. It is a great privilege to have you both with us, and it is now a signal honor for me to offer the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala, who will address us now. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of Dr. Alejandro Giamatti Falla, President of the Republic of Guatemala, and on my own behalf, I am very pleased to be with you today, and we present our distinguished salutations to Dr. Luis Almagro, the Secretary General of the Organization of American States, the Assistant Secretary General, Nestor Mendez, the permanent representatives and interim representatives, members of the OAS and permanent observers. This is a signal honor, as was mentioned, because this is the first time that in a regular session of the Permanent Council of this organization, I am able to speak on behalf of my country and in regard to a particularly important event. I speak, of course, for the holding of the 51st regular session of the General Assembly, which will take place next November, and which was adopted, as you know, by acclamation in October of 2020. That was the 50th regular session of the GA, which was in fact a question of history breaking because, as we all know, it was the first time that the GA had been held virtually. That, of course, as a result of the crisis that has unfurled upon us all as we have struggled to face the COVID-19 pandemic, which, alas, continues to affect us. And that commitment and that vote of confidence that was cast for Guatemala was again adopted by acclamation on the 28th of April of 2021, when a resolution was indeed passed to determine that next November 10, 11, and 12 of November, the General Assembly will be held in the city of Guatemala, and that it would be held in person. In that regard, my country wishes to underscore that while we certainly understand and respect all of the challenges that we have faced over these difficult months, we also understand that the very hard work carried out by the bodies and institutions of the Inter-American system, which have been unceasing throughout the pandemic, have put us in a situation in which, with the good help of Secretary General and every one of the members of this organization, we have been able to stay true to the course and conclude our work in a successful manner. We are absolutely certain that we can live up to this challenge as agreed, and that we will be able duly to assess the tremendous challenges of the pandemic that we are all, alas, so familiar with. And that is why we believe that we could indeed responsibly hold our next General Assembly in person in Guatemala. The fact is that humanity is facing this public health crisis, which goes beyond the confines of public health, as we all know. It is economic, and it is social, and it is without precedent. This has been unfurling over the last year and a half, but a critical mass of the world population, which would be absolutely essential to be immunized were we to have a fighting chance to fight this, is in itself challenged because we have a great deal of limitation in terms of doses beyond certain countries, and alas also ongoing skepticism, the naysayers, the non-vaxxers among us, that erodes the possibility of our distinguished and different countries to go forward. We wish to achieve herd immunity, and we must not give up. This is a challenge that pushes us daily to redouble our efforts and to adopt whatever necessary means we have to keep connected and to move forward. My statement today, which is virtual, aims to underscoring that we believe firmly that we are able to meet, to communicate, and to keep working productively without risking our health and the lives of others through certainly virtual means, video working, and all of that is fine and well and has its place. But the context to which I refer here also finds its place, and with a view to promoting and protecting the human rights of our countries, particularly the right to health and the right to life, Guatemala, after much pondering, has taken the tough decision to go for actually a virtual format. We had hoped so much to do it in person. That was our hope, and we thought we could carry it off. But after much consideration, much difficult pondering, we have come to the conclusion that we're not quite there yet. It is the only responsible, prudent, and viable way to go, we believe. And so, ladies and gentlemen, in retrospect, we feel that our countries that have been so hard hit by this crisis and have really bent over backwards to do what they could to move forward has not been enough for us to overcome the ongoing uncertainty of the medical challenges before us. Let us remember that at our last assembly, our countries all spoke very stirringly about their deep concern over the vulnerabilities of the region and how much the position of the countries had been eroded because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and they committed to build back better, as it were, and with resilience. Guatemala, as the host of that next General Assembly, had opted and has opted for the theme for a renewed America. Now that has been in order to tackle the sum and essence of the efforts that will help us better focus on the challenges and the means necessary to overcome them. We want a renewed, an inclusive, and a sustainable format for that slogan, that aim of this General Assembly to be put in practice. For the integral development of this hemisphere, we must, of course, bear in mind conserving our environment. Everyone knows that this hemisphere is one of the most rich and varied in our natural and cultural resources. However, because of our geographic position, we are absolutely in the crossroads of ongoing climate change and natural disaster events. And that means that we must be cognizant of these threats and work hard to face them. All of us know that the terrible earthquake that hit Haiti on the 14th of August, not to mention the most recent hurricane that is battering the south of the United States as I speak, tells us that nature remains daunting. Guatemala offers here its deepest sympathy and solidarity for all of the losses, human and material and others, that this has entailed. It is essential, therefore, that given these grave situations and the need to coordinate our synergies evermore, that we recognize the unique role of the OAS. Unique in a way that all of us understand it is unique, because it has the whole of the Inter-American system with its an array of tools and mechanisms that can kick in and does when we face troubled times of whatever nature. On the other hand, we consider it essential to continue working very hard to make certain that our aim to eradicate hunger and to reach food security and nutritional security for those who live in this region is not simply an empty promise, but that it can really happen, most especially for our children. It's also essential that we aim to recover and reactivate, in a word, to jumpstart our economies in a way that it will get us out of the rut of this COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, Guatemala has been very intensely involved in preparing the next General Assembly, and as a result of that, I'm happy to show you the official logo that will identify it. And we have chosen the quetzal, that iconic and, dare I say, magical bird of our region, and which is a very important symbol of Guatemala, which we believe, as you see that bird spread its beautiful wings, that it encompasses the whole of North, Central, and South America. As you may know, the quetzal is the name of our currency. It's part of our national identity, of our national icon, and it is the highest degree, the bestowing of the Quetzal is the greatest privilege that anyone can receive for signal achievement in any number of areas, economic, educational, humanitarian, to name but these. We recognize that this council is particularly timely as it allows us to prepare for the highest event of our organization, which is the General Assembly, on the principles that we all share. And it is thereupon that we wish to refocus our energy in this era as our fundamental charter states. Therefore, I reiterate the full trust and confidence of my country in the work of the General Assembly, in its definition of mechanisms, policies, actions, and mandates that are needed to strengthen the pillars upon which we work and which will best gird us to overcome the challenges before us. So let me close by reiterating the commitment of Guatemala to the overall inter-American system for the strengthening of the OAS, not only as the oldest regional organization in the world, but as the premier political forum, juridical and social as it is, most important of our own hemisphere. I can only hope that this 51st regular period of the General Assembly, regular session of the General Assembly, will indeed be as successful as we know it will be, and that it will serve to strengthen the institutionality of the Organization of American States. To close then, let me simply let you know that we have prepared a particular resolution, a draft resolution that should be included in the next Permanent Council for its consideration, wherein it is stated that we put this to you such that we may meet virtually from the 10th to the 12th of November 2021. We trust that you will rally round it and adopt it. Let me yet again express the recognition of my government to Secretary General Luis Almagro, to the entire General Assembly and the General Secretariat here, the General Secretariat under the aegis, as we know, of the Assistant AG, Ambassador Ernesto Mendez, and all those who are going to be a part of ensuring that this next General Assembly will be a success. You may be absolutely certain that Guatemala will stand by you and do everything we can to see the task through. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala. We are very pleased indeed to hear of this draft resolution that you have kindly put before us, Minister, and you may be certain that we will take it up at the very next regular session of this Permanent Council. Consider it done. I am certain that I speak for all of us when I say that the government of Guatemala chose the very best symbol possible, the Quetzal. Such a beautiful bird, such an evocative symbol, not only of all of the richness of Guatemala, but indeed of the entire hemisphere. And above and beyond the fact that, as you have recognized, Minister, it has proved necessary to hold this GA virtually. We will certainly be there, heart and soul, as if we were personally in your land. You may be certain of it. And the slogan chosen for a renewed America is perfect. We can only pull in that direction and understand how wise the choice has been of the government of Guatemala in the aim of the next GA and the means that you have put before us to achieve it. And so yet again, thank you for your statement, distinguished Foreign Minister of Guatemala. And it remains for me, ladies and gentlemen, to offer you the floor. I'm pleased to give the floor at this time to Sir Ronald Sanders of Antigua and Barbuda. Sir Ronald, are you present, sir? I see you, yes, indeed. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my remarks are addressed to the Honorable Minister from Guatemala. Of course, we understand and agree with Guatemala's decision that the General Assembly will be held virtually. It is regrettable that because of several reasons, we have not yet, as a community, been able to subdue the COVID-19 pandemic sufficiently to allow us to meet in person, as we would all like to do. We are particularly upset that we are not able to come to Guatemala. For several of us who had not been to that Central American country before, it would have been a joy to do so and to enjoy all of the culture and everything else that Guatemala has to offer. Nonetheless, Minister, we are confident that under Guatemala's chairmanship, we will have a very successful 51st General Assembly, dealing with the many challenges that confront both this organization and our hemisphere. We consider the theme that you have chosen to be very fitting. For a renewed America is a goal and purpose for which all our nations must work, including by meeting the challenges of climate change and natural disasters in a spirit of genuine neighborliness. And you, Minister, addressed this in very convincing terms in your presentation. We are aware that we owe Guatemala a conference, and when circumstances permit, we assure you of our support that that conference should be held in Guatemala. Of course, we do that with some self-interest because, as I said, many of us would like to visit your very beautiful country. We also pledge, Minister, to give your delegation every support in the adoption of the resolution concerning the General Assembly that will be put before us. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Sir Ronald, for your wise words. I now give the floor to the permanent representative of Honduras, Mr. Luis Cordero. Ambassador, you have the floor. Chair, thank you very much. I would like to extend special greetings to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Guatemala, Mr. Pedro Grolo, and Carlos Ramiro Martinez, the Vice Minister. Colleagues, Mr. Secretary General, good morning to you all. Honduras would like to commend the government of Guatemala on making the difficult but correct decision to hold this General Assembly virtually. At the same time, we would like to congratulate the Guatemalan government on making the timely decision to have the theme be for a renewed America at the next OAS General Assembly, which will be held virtually, as we said, in November. I would also like to express our full support for the decision that was shared with us today. Based on the current situation with the pandemic, this decision has been made very responsibly. We regret that we will not be able to visit the city of the Eternal Spring, but I know that we can be there together soon. Honduras will continue to support all actions as we are able to hold this next virtual General Assembly successfully. And in doing so, we hope to hold a grand celebration for the bicentenary of Central American countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Cordero, Permanent Representative of Honduras. I now give the floor to the alternate representative of Canada, Francois Jumonville. Go ahead, Mr. Jumonville.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Le Canada.
I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, you're giving me the floor. We very much appreciate the statement that has been put before us by the Foreign Minister of Guatemala. Canada is grateful for it, not least because we well understand that this hemisphere is still in the grips of the terrible challenges before us that encompass public health, economics, and certainly climate change. As we've pointed out numerous times earlier, our work is banking on our common work. It's only that way that we'll go forward.
Opportunity as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter to reaffirm those shared values, to take stock of the state of democracy in the Americas, and to consolidate, promote, and yes, defend the Charter and its principles as core values of the OAS and the region. This past year has been our hemisphere rise to the challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic, but there remains much work to do. We must ensure we respond and recover together in a fair and inclusive manner. Because while we all share the impacts of the pandemic, we do not share them equally. Within states, these impacts have been felt more acutely by the vulnerable and marginalized segments of our populations. And among states, we remain very aware that we are all at different stages in dealing with the pandemic, and that talk of a return to normal is still premature for some, if not most of us. In closing, I'd like to assure Guatemala of Canada's full support in hosting the upcoming General Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the representative of Canada. I give the floor to the permanent representative of Uruguay, Ambassador Washington Abdallah. Mr. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you very much. When Pedro Grolo was speaking, he was saying that this decision was made based on ethics and responsibility and based on conviction as well. Of course, we all support this decision, and in terms of our conviction, our desire, we would have loved to hold this event in Guatemala in person because we enjoy working in that country so much. However, the sensible thing to do here, the responsible thing, is what Pedro has told us. As the leading international organization in the region, this is the rational thing to do. This is the correct path to take. So I would just like to thank Pedro for making this contribution and for doing the sensible thing. We have learned that we are living in a modern world in which we can use different platforms to coordinate and carry out these meetings in any case. So we're all becoming more futuristic as we go. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you very much to the permanent representative of Uruguay. I give the floor to the alternate representative of Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. The delegation of Brazil expresses thanks to the Foreign Minister of Guatemala for his presentation, and Brazil wishes the government of Guatemala the utmost success in holding the next General Assembly. Thank you. Thank you very much. At this point, I do not see any further requests for the floor. On behalf of this permanent council, we express our deep appreciation to the Foreign Minister and Vice Foreign Minister for the presentation delivered to this permanent council and for their commitment to discussing the theme of the General Assembly and the virtual nature of this next meeting. If it is all right, then we will move on to the next item on the order of business. The next item on the order of business is International Day for People of African Descent. This is extraordinarily significant for our organization. And this day was celebrated yesterday, in fact. So, at this time, it is my honor to give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Epsie Campbell, Vice President of the Republic of Costa Rica. It was on her initiative that this day was created, so it is a great honor to give the floor to Her Excellency, the Vice President, if she is connected. Mr. Assistant Secretary General? Yes, the Vice President is connected, Chair. Madam Vice President, you have the floor. Madam Vice President, could you please request the floor with the blue button at the lower right-hand corner of your screen? Excellent. You can now activate your camera and your microphone. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Madam Vice President, please. To the Chair of the Permanent Council, Mr. Harold Forsyth Mejia, Mr. Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Mr. Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, distinguished speakers, ambassadors. As a Costa Rican and Afro-descendant, I am thrilled to present to the OAS Permanent Council this information as we celebrate for the first time this International Day, which is a great milestone in the lives of Afro-descendants. As the Vice President of Costa Rica and the first Afro-descendant to hold this position in a Latin American country, I hail this milestone, which is historical in Costa Rica as well, a country that has fought to defend human rights and fight against all kinds of injustice and discrimination. 101 years ago, a valiant generation challenged history and created a path for future generations of Black people. These were men and women who risked their lives to fight for justice and equality. Those of us who are descendants of those Africans and Afro-descendants have their efforts in our blood. We have inherited their passion, we carry it in our faces, and we fight tenaciously for their values. We, as Afro-descendants, have love and hope in our hearts, and in our voice, we find strength and conviction that we have gained from all of us who fought before us so that we could live with dignity and who are no longer here with us to experience this time. We thank them, our ancestors. We pay homage to them today as we celebrate for the first time in history the International Day for People of African Descent. This is a date that allows us to acknowledge the extraordinary contributions and tireless fights waged by millions of people around the world who sought to create inclusive, fair societies. The government of Costa Rica is part of this long history. Last year, we presented a draft resolution to the United Nations to declare this day in action for the future and to seek recognition from, and to recognize previous leaders as well. 101 years ago in New York, the first International Convention on Black Peoples of the World was held, and this brought together 25,000 people. The extraordinary discussions led by Marcus Garvey, who is now a national hero in Jamaica, and one of the first Pan-Africanists, joined forces with thousands of delegates, and the result of this was the Declaration of the Rights of Black Peoples of the World. In its Article 53, it established the proclamation of August 31 as the International Day of Black Peoples of the World, which is the date that we celebrate today. This declaration of the Black Peoples of the World was one of the most noteworthy of the 20th century, since it made explicit references to racial equality, the right to self-determination, equality before the law, freedom of press, freedom of religion, the right to limitless education and without prejudice, and the right to prosperity for our people always, as well as the right to peace. And that was 24 years before the Universal Declaration on Human Rights was issued. The people of Costa Rica gave me the opportunity to be the vice president starting in 2018. That was a day that I raised my hand to be sworn in. And at that point, my ancestors also were with me. Their strength has been with me throughout my term, and their example has allowed me to stand up firmly and surmount obstacles and fly the flags of equality and non-discrimination. The proposal that was presented by Costa Rica to declare August 31st as the International Day for People of African Descent was co-sponsored by more than 50 countries and adopted by consensus by the United Nations General Assembly. With that, we sought to bring justice to the struggle for African descents, to fight for their hopes, and to shed light on this issue at a time of increased mobilization against racial discrimination and prejudice. The celebration of August 31st allows us to honor and preserve historical memory. It allows us to promote greater knowledge and respect for diversity, as well as our heritage and the development of our societies. The extraordinary discussions that were held back then allow us today to fight for inclusion, to seek democracy. And this organization, the Organization of American States, plays a fundamental role in allowing us to work together to build a global coalition against systemic racism and fight for reparations for people of African descent, to fight for children of African descent to have the same opportunities, the same rights, to ensure that Afro-descendant women can dream about a new world so that they can live with rights, free of discrimination, and so that young Afro-descendants do not have to be afraid of being the victims of police brutality and systemic racism. 101 years later, we are fulfilling the dream of our ancestors. We are celebrating this. We are commemorating this day. We are generating a much greater commitment. That brave generation today would be proud of us, seeing that times have changed and that the light is here, that their struggle has turned into the struggle of thousands or millions of people of all ethnicities, countries, and cultures who have joined together in solidarity with African descendants to shout out desperately that Black Lives Matter, celebrating August 31st, is a victory for all of those who have come before us and those who want and demand to lead the way today. Those of us who are here today are demanding that these promises be filled. Ambassadors, starting in 2021, for every year to come without exception, we will remember that for more than 400 years, millions of men, women, and children were victims of the most tragic, or one of the most tragic periods of history, the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. Let us not wait 101 more years to fulfill the promises of equality, justice, and recognition. Let us work together. Let us all work together to create solidarity, to create a prosperous society where all people from all places, where people all over our hemisphere will be able to enjoy all of their rights every day. Thank you very much. Certainly, Costa Rica, you always lead by example when it comes to democracy, when it comes to showing us what the separation of powers is, when it comes to the promotion of human rights and respect, therefore. So none of us are surprised to see an illustrious woman like Epsie Campbell taking the initiative to see the declaration of an International Day for People of African Descent. What Her Excellency, the Vice President of Costa Rica, said poses great challenges for all of us and for our organization. Madam Vice President, thank you very much for your words. I give the floor to the OAS Secretary General, Mr. Luis Almagro. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor. Chair, thank you very much. For us, it has been an honor to hear from Her Excellency, the Vice President of Costa Rica, Ms. Epsie Campbell, who has shown us with her commitment how we can push forward in the fight against systemic racism. This is what she has done throughout her career. The International Day for People of African Descent is another opportunity for us to appreciate the extraordinary contributions of the African diaspora in the Americas and around the world, and to reiterate our commitment to the struggle to eliminate all forms of discrimination against Afro-descendants. We need to start off at the beginning. Our countries have ongoing forms of racism, including systemic racism. We must fight against systemic racism throughout our hemisphere, throughout our world. And this global partnership against systemic racism is an area where we all need to join forces, make joint efforts, and provide unconditional support. That is a part of our work in the Americas. That is what we should do. Systemic racism, structural racism, is not acceptable. It is unacceptable because it leads to poverty, it leads to pain, it leads to discrimination. Sometimes it is extremely evident, but sometimes it leads to more subtle ways of treating people differently and discriminating against them. This is something we need to reflect upon. We need to think about reparations. It is of the utmost importance for us to think of ways to issue reparations, to think of how to pay reparations to Afro-descendants. We have to go down that path. People of African descent have been the victims of what is probably the greatest tragedy and the most severe pain in the history of humanity. It is very difficult to think of this in any way. For more than 400 years, the transatlantic slave trade took place. There's no other period in human history where something so horrific has been done with human beings. It does not exist in the history of humanity. And we need to think that that dynamic of systemic racism is essentially the result of what happened in history. We need to think about ways to attack this at the roots. We need to think about the causes of systemic racism and ways to make amends. Afro-descendants have disproportionately high rates of poverty in our countries, except in Caribbean countries where the majority of the population is of African descent. It is unacceptable to see this in the Americas. It is unacceptable for everybody for this to continue. This is structural racism. It is systemic racism, and we need to fix it by taking affirmative actions. We need to fix it with financial resources, with material resources, in order to create equality for people of African descent. We need to reflect on this. We need to achieve this, because if not, we will continue to make the same mistakes as in history. We need to reiterate this commitment, and we need to make headway on real, concrete solutions in this area. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. The Chair now gives the floor to Commissioner Margaret May McCulley, Inter-American Commission on Human Rights Rapporteur on the rights of persons of African descent and against racial discrimination. Madam Commissioner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. President, the Secretary General, the Vice Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, my dear friend and sister, Her Excellency S.P. Campbell, Vice President of Costa Rica, Ministers of Government, Your Excellency, the Honorable Ministers of Government, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, and alternative representatives, officials of state parties, members of the OAS Secretariat and its organs, those of the Inter-American Commission present, and civil society, and ladies and gentlemen, and all other notables. Yesterday was the historic day, the first International Day for Persons of African Descent, following Costa Rica's resolution, which was adopted at the United Nations. I wish to highlight the hard work of the government of Costa Rica through its vice president, notable vice president, and which was the first state to ratify the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and all forms of intolerance, such intolerances. It is noted and notable that Costa Rica has done much to achieve this international recognition of the special day, as well as the creation of the permanent forum in the United Nations and the different measures at the national level, which have recently been adopted by it in favor of Afro-Costa Rican population. Yesterday, the Commission launched its novel thematic report on standards of persons of African descent and their economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights. In that report, intersectionality is the central issue of it. Therefore, my presentation today focuses on intersectionality approach to combat structural discrimination and systemic racism. First, we must understand the meaning of intersectionality. The concept of it has been fleshed out in the academic field of critical race theory as a phenomenon where multiple categories of vulnerability, particularly gender, ethno-racial background, and socioeconomic status, are intertwined and have a disproportionate impact. The evolution of the doctrine of this approach has been written into the legal precedents of the Inter-American Court in the cases of Ramirez Escobar versus Guatemala 2018, IV versus Bolivia 2016, Gonzalez Leal et al. Versus Ecuador 2015, among many others, wherein it was ascertained that social inequality stemming from the intersection of factors such as gender, national origin, sexual orientation, migratory status, and socioeconomic situation have given rise to contexts of discrimination. And the court, in the case of the workers of the fireworks factory in San Antonio de Jesus and their families in Brazil versus Brazil 2020, stated this: the intersection of factors of discrimination in this case increased the comparative disadvantage of the alleged victims, who were Afro-descendants, who share specific factors of discrimination which are suffered by persons in a situation of poverty, women, and persons of African descent, but additionally suffer a specific form of discrimination on account of the convergence of all these factors, and in some cases because they are pregnant girls or because they are young girls and are pregnant. The Commission has recognized that intersectionality is a method of analysis which involves observing the simultaneous convergence of multiple factors of discrimination, which are caused by different things and entails a synchronic convergence of different causes of discrimination. This means that two or more causes can be found which heighten vulnerability in one single event of discrimination. And this has a synergistic effect which goes beyond the simple sum of the different forms of discrimination, or which trigger a specific form of discrimination that only operates when several conditions of vulnerability exist in combination. The research conducted recently by the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, confirms the importance of introducing an intersectional perspective to help shine a light on the gaps in the social, economic, educational, health, and other situations faced by African descent women and men as compared to those of non-African descent. Consequently, an intersectional approach brings into full sight what is rendered invisible when categories such as gender and race are conceptually regarded separately from one another. Therefore, states are obliged to make public policies using a human rights-based approach with an intersectional perspective, so that the ethno-racial diversity of the region is recognized and thus ensures the right to sustainable development on an equal basis and without discrimination. Based on the foregoing, it is essential to shed light on the relationship between different categories of vulnerability: age, gender, migratory status, disability, sexual orientation, gender expression, socioeconomic status, etc., and how they intersect with African descent, racial background, giving rise to patterns of structural racial discrimination. Under this premise, the Commission reaffirms that analysis of intersectionality is key to comprehending human rights violations against persons of African descent and aids in constructing effective and timely responses for the realization and protection of their rights, which is long overdue. Our region has the largest number of persons of African descent, and we ought to lead the world in progressing towards real equality for all of them. And hopefully, this would happen before the end of our decade by our states doing all they should to end racism and all systematic and structural discrimination in our hemisphere and achieve the goal of respect, justice, and equality for persons, all persons of African descent. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank you very much, Commissioner Margaret May Macaulay. I now give the floor to the alternate representative of Antigua and Barbuda, Joy D. Davis. You have the floor.
Creo que no.
You are muted.
Debe conectar su micrófono. I mean, you should connect your microphone, Mrs. Davis.
No, try to refresh your browser. Maybe your AirPod. No, try to refresh your browser and request the floor again, please. No yet.
Señor Secretario General Adjunto, mientras su...
Assistant Secretary General, while we resolve this technical glitch with the representative of Antigua and Barbuda, or have we got you? Do we have you? Nope, we still can't hear you. We're terribly sorry. Still can't be heard. So as I was saying, says the chair, while we get over this technical glitch, let us immediately give the floor to the permanent representative of Haiti, Ambassador Boshit Edmond. Ambassador, you have the floor, sir. The chair has just given the floor to the permanent representative of Haiti, Ambassador Edmond. You have the floor, sir. Please go ahead, sir. Ambassador Edmond. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished Madam Vice President of Costa Rica, Your Excellency Epsie Campbell-Barr, and distinguished Commissioner Margaret May Macaulay of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and Rapporteur on the Rights of Persons of African Descent Against Racial Discrimination, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, I must, of course, also recognize the presence of the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Guatemala, His Excellency Ambassador Pedro Brolo Vila. I am honored to be a part of this celebration at our session here that fits under the resolution of the United Nations entitled Proclamation of the Day of the Rights of Persons of African Descent, which will end soon. That day accords particular role to play by regional associations along the same lines as the OAS position, which has already designated, as we know, this to be the decade of persons of African descent. And we are therefore committed and recommitted, as is Haiti, to support and to reinvigorate our struggle against all of the means of enslaving African descendants in the hemisphere. We therefore welcome favorably the numerous different resolutions of the OAS on this varied subject. The fact that we are marking here at the OAS this International Day for People of African Descent is of particular import to my country, the Republic of Haiti, because as you will know, we were founded as a result of the unstinting struggle of our ancestors against the black slave trade. And we consider that that struggle is not yet over. That freedom that the heroes of our independence waged and won, certainly, and which led, as we know, to ongoing struggles in that direction throughout the world, is a struggle that in its own way continues to this day. And Haiti remains the symbol of struggle, of bravery, and of freedom. We have stood and we stand on the side of freedom. This then is an opportunity, is it not? Not only to celebrate the undeniable and gigantic contribution of persons of African descent to the history and the development of the New World, but also, I would say, propels us to meditate deeply on how that contribution continues to this day throughout the world and in the Americas in particular. And here's the question: what have we done for the sons and the daughters of those hundreds of thousands of individuals who were brought here against their will? And here I deeply appreciate the mention here of the need for reparations. I thank Secretary General for that. But there are more than 200 million persons of Black origin in this country. And as we know, they continue to be in strata that are particularly vulnerable in every one of our countries. And by the way, this is a problem that is put very much in evidence at the General Assembly resolution back in 2011, when the member states of the OAS committed to adopting progressively a series of public policy measures, administrative, legislative, judicial, and budgetary, that would move in the direction of assuring that persons of African descent in the Americas might play a full part in their economic, social, political, cultural, and civil rights, their full participation, therefore, in conditions of equality with everyone else. And therefore, we must promote everything we can and entrust to this organization the efforts that are still necessary to meet that goal. Mr. Chairman, I think we can be proud of having adopted, for instance, the Inter-American Convention against racism, against racial discrimination and all other forms of intolerance. We can applaud the measures we've taken in so many ambits at the OAS to ensure that the decade for persons of African descent take place. But that doesn't mean that we can stop there. We must never cease working very hard to meet the goals that we have set for persons of African descent. Let me simply remind us that despite our best efforts, there are millions of Afro-descendants today that continue to be the victims of systematic racial discrimination throughout the hemisphere, among whom the poorest of the poor count. 2/3 of Afro-descendants in this hemisphere live below the poverty threshold. What can I say? And there is a historic link, is there not, between that discrimination and the poverty that I've just mentioned among the Afro-descendants. And so given this undeniable linkage, even in countries that are the most advanced in the world, there we see that Afro-descendants, for the most part, occupy unenviable positions, because who would want to be there? In these eras of the COVID-19, the right to health, the right to life of African descendants takes even greater import. It is essential that the vaccines be available to the more than 200 million Afro-descendants in our region. We must act on the basis of non-discrimination, equality, and international solidarity. Mr. Chairman, to conclude, sir, as we cast our mind on the present situation as regards Afro-descendants, surely the conclusion is overwhelming. We're not there yet. There's more to do. And therefore, as we know that from the beginning of the 19th century, the Afro-descendants in Haiti had the courage to rise up and wrest their freedom from great powers in the world, we can surely, if we put our minds to it, triumph against structural racism and social inequality that continue to be the scourges of today. This is the independence that we seek now. And so, as the United Nations conceived this decade, let us, for our part, stay in the world, in that war for justice and development. I thank you, sir. Deeply grateful, distinguished representative for Haiti, says the chair. I'm wondering whether we have managed to resolve the technical glitch that had kept us from hearing the representative of Antigua and Barbuda. Can we now hear you, Ms. Davis? Yay, we can hear you. Very good.
Thanks again for giving me the floor. Antigua and Barbuda joins all member states in welcoming this inaugural day for persons of African descent. We salute the delegation of Costa Rica and particularly Vice President Epsie Campbell for initiating the creation of a day to promote the enormous contributions of Black people to every field of human endeavor, particularly in the Americas, where many countries would not have achieved their current level of development without the contribution, hard labor, intelligence, and human capacity of enslaved Africans and their descendants. Regrettably, we cannot celebrate the accomplishment of Black people in the Americas without decrying the dire circumstances in which many of us continue to exist. Mr. Chairman, with the exception of the Caribbean, Black people in the Americas are relegated to the margins of society and are still fighting for equity and equitable treatment. There are several contemporary trends that should be worrying to all member states. We are witnessing the steady rise of far-right populist sentiments worldwide and political parties with their brand of racism and xenophobia. Increasingly in the Americas, we are witnessing educational material and textbooks which contain distorted facts relating to slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, and colonialism. We are witnessing utterances from high offices that suggest that Afro-descendants should forget the past injustices meted out to the 30 million African men, women, and children who were trafficked across the Atlantic Ocean. Incidentally, these high offices are in countries that have been the principal beneficiaries of the exploitation of Africans. and in their economies today are persons, enterprises, and universities that can directly be connected to the profits gained from the transatlantic slave trade. We continue to be alarmed that indicators in the field of education, employment, housing, infant, child, and maternal mortality, and life expectancy still show disadvantage and vast disparities for Afro-descendants when compared to the rest of the population. Mr. Chairman, ridding the Americas of these scourges, combating the denigration of all things Africans, will require a multilateral solution. Antigua and Barbuda implores all member states that have not already done so to sign, ratify, and implement the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and related forms of intolerance. Similarly, member states who are able to do so should provide resources to the Plan of Action for the Decade of People of African Descent. Mr. Chairman, Antigua and Barbuda once again is pleased to join all other nations today in recognizing the contributions and in honoring the dignity and equality of peoples of African descent. There is no question that we bear a tremendous responsibility to ensure that future generations live in a world free of structural racism and racial discrimination. But in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Antigua and Barbuda refuses to accept the view that mankind is so tragically bound to the starless midnight of racism and war that the bright daybreak of peace and brotherhood can never become a reality. Like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Antigua and Barbuda believes that unarmed truth and unconditional love will have the final word. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora representante alterna de...
Distinguished alternate representative of Antigua and Barbuda, thank you very much indeed. And let me now offer the floor to the alternate representative of the Dominican Republic. Anabel Bueno, you have the floor, madam. A very good morning to you all. I hope I can be heard. We can't see you. Ah, here we've got it. We can see you and we can hear you. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Dominican Republic wishes also to express a deep appreciation to the Vice President of Costa Rica, Epsie Campbell-Barr, and to Commissioner Margaret May Macaulay, who, as we know, represents the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, being the rapporteur on rights of persons of African descent and against racial discrimination. Thanks to them both. We wish also to offer particular thanks to Her Excellency Epsie Campbell-Barr, as Vice President of her country, for the leadership and the push to have this Permanent Council celebrate for the very first time the International Day for People of African Descent, which has been set per Resolution 75/70 of the 16th of December of 20 of the United Nations and approved by acclamation as the International Day for People of African Descent. And by the way, the Dominican Republic was one of the first of the handful of countries that co-sponsored that resolution. We are here to applaud the extraordinary contributions of the African diaspora worldwide and also to speak up against the innumerable means of ongoing discrimination against them since the declaration since the founding of the city of Santo Domingo, which was the first city in the Americas founded by the Europeans. We know from UNICEF that 75% of our people are of African descent, and more than half of them are boys and girls and adolescents under the age of 18. We have about 75% of our population, which we know to be and sees itself to be Afro-descended or of African origin in any way, with a good mixture of indigenous cultures as well. We are very proud of this, and we see it reflect in every aspect of our life: economic, social, cultural, you name it. And quite aside from the ethnic origins, multiple and varied as it is, what is beautiful is that we all see ourselves as people of the Dominican Republic. We are Dominican. That's how we see ourselves. And so in this day, as we applaud all of the achievements and the richness of the African descent, we are deeply, deeply grieved to see that these days, in times of COVID, there is another very, very sad point, which is that African descendants also represent, in so many of our countries, including my own, the vast majority of the people who are affected by the pandemic. And we see, as others have mentioned here, the heinous rise of far-right racist groups. And so very much aware of the need to face that situation and correct it, we call upon every one of our governments to show the necessary political muscle, along with the civil society organizations, and all of us together, jointly and severally, do more so that we can achieve societies that are more just, free, and blind to the ethnic or racial origin of their peoples. Thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished alternate representative of the Dominican Republic. And let me now give the floor to Donisa Corte, representative of the Republic of Chile. Ambassador Issa Court. Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chairman. Our Afro-descendant brothers and sisters represent about a third of the population of the Americas as a whole. However, we know that they are also the historically marginalized and discriminated against population, there again, hemispherically and alas, worldwide. Afro-descendants are present in these hemispheres since the European conquest. They were active builders of our hemisphere in more ways than one, and were very active indeed in the movements of independence in many of our countries, therefore have contributed enormously to individual countries and to the hemisphere at large. Having been forcibly displaced, kidnapped, and trafficked across the Atlantic, the Afro-descendants came to their various countries, as was the case for others, came to Chile because of the colonial powers. And there they were, as in other places, forcibly enslaved, whether in the field or in domestic works. Between 1863 and 1934, about 34% of the population of our capital city, Santiago, was either African or of African descent. We began to build an awareness of the importance of recognizing the rights of our nascent country. And that's why, since 1823, our liberator, Bernardo Higgins, abolished slavery. And that was the first country, by the way, on the continent that did so and launched a process of dignity and fraternity with our Afro-descendant brothers and sisters. Now, this shows through even today in many different ways. They say that the national dance of Chile, the cueca, has very, very clear African traits and is considered our national dance. In the zones of Arica and Bariacota, the Afro-descendant population is up to 5% of the whole, and more recently has grown throughout Chile. Since 2019, we have a new law that accords legal representation to the Afro-descendant Chilean population, its culture, its music, its traditions. And let me share with you with great pride and joy that that is the case, because I was one of the authors of that law when I was in the Chamber of Deputies of Chile. And so, in a country that prizes diversity and multiculturality, We think this is a good thing, and we are therefore very proud to have that law on the recognition of Afro-descendants in Chile. And it is set forth therein the obligation to respect the African culture and their symbols, and the importance of including these in our national educational programs and on the census and in other important instruments that aim towards inclusion. That basic law recognizes the cultural identity, the language, the historic tradition, and the mission of this part of our population. All of these, we believe, go a long way to not erase, but somehow offset gradually the innumerable injustices that this group of people have suffered since they were brought here, not of their own will. And therefore, in the OAS, we reaffirm the Constitution of Chile against all forms of discrimination and intolerance against the Afro-descendants. The dream, the famous dream of Martin Luther King, that 59 years ago he pronounced in DC, is our own. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir. We appreciate it. I now give the floor to the alternate representative of Ecuador. You have the floor. Alternate representative of Ecuador, I should say, Jenny Caicedo. Very good morning to you. I hope I can be heard. Yes, go ahead. Mr. Chairman, we're very grateful, and I am very grateful for everything that Her Excellency Epsi Campbell Barr, as President of the Republic of Costa Rica, has said, as well as the remarks of Commissioner Margaret May Macaulay of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights on the question of the rights of persons of African descent. This at the time when, for the first time in this forum, we are marking the International Day for People of African Descent, about a century after the first declaration for Black peoples in the world. And all of the efforts we continue to take here to fight against intolerance and all forms of discrimination. We applaud all of the efforts that the Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendes and his very competent team have been carrying out when they have celebrated, we're celebrating the Week of Afro-Descendants, where this year we focused on ongoing work against injustice facing the COVID-19 pandemic. My country has been working very actively in every one of the programmed activities under that aegis. I point out here the work of Diana Salazar, who was present at the special session of the organization last 25th, of the council, I should say, of last 25th August, where we explained how much we have fought for freedom for my people, the Afro-descendant people in our country, which has traditionally suffered, as it has elsewhere, very low levels of development, and quite frankly, are among the poorest of the whole of Latin America. So we're very pleased also with what the Commission has published, Redesca, where there was great time and effort spent explaining the situation of Black peoples and how much they have been impeded in the exercise of their right to education, to health, and so many other rights that are enshrined in our conventions. Ecuador is one of the precursors, you may know, of the fight for such rights. Back in 1841, we concluded with the British Empire a treaty against slave trading. Not long later, we talked about the freedom of slaves to be granted throughout the national territory, and such was the case. So, Mr. Chairman, we Blacks in Ecuador, who are about 7.5% of the population, stand for equity and freedom and fairness in the rights of our people. We recognize all of these have to be rooted in strategies and an ongoing awareness of how we can best protect our collective rights as we move forward. We are also considered a priority area of attention for social justice development that takes into account our particular background. And one of the first executive decrees, President Guillermo Lasso set up a secretariat to deal precisely with this so that the various peoples in Ecuador could benefit better from the plans, projects, and other means by which it is possible to improve their respective lives. This through a position of proaction and respect for the intercultural differences. The Ecuadorian state has also ratified the necessary international treaties and instruments, including the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial and Other Discriminations. We have also pushed for better exercise of our rights and to the right to live in harmony without any hampering in the respect for our traditional cultures, to ensure that we cease being subjects of exclusion. Let me simply close by applauding the results of Afro-descendant athletes in Tokyo, including Ecuadorian medal winners in weightlifting. The sisters who won bronze and silver medals in the shooting must also be recognized. Thank you very much.
Ecuatorianos en las recientes Olimpiadas y en los Juegos Paralímpicos.
Thank you very much to Ecuador. We are very proud of the achievements made at the Paralympic Games, and sometimes I discuss this with some healthy envy. I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil. Go ahead, please. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I would like to thank the permanent mission of Costa Rica, particularly the Vice President of that country, Epsy Campbell. Thank you for including this item on the order of business. We think that it is extremely important and timely to celebrate the International Day for People of African Descent. As we celebrate this, we are also remembering, we are commemorating, which means to remember. And today we remember at this forum the contributions made by people of African descent to the wealth of our countries. However, as we do that, we would also like to remember the challenges that are still being faced by people of African descent around our hemisphere, as well as the need to eliminate all forms of discrimination and racism. With that in mind, I would like to play a brief video with a message from our National Secretary for Equality from Brazil's Ministry of Women, Families, and Human Rights. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. As an Afro-descendant, I would like to say that it is an honor to be here representing a country whose population is made up of at least 56.2% people of African descent. And beyond this being an honor, beyond this being a privilege, it is also a responsibility. Today is a day for reflection, a day for people of African descent. Why do I say that this is a day of reflection? We went through a very difficult time in our country. That was the period of slavery, which went on for 4 centuries. As a result of that, a large percentage of the population was made invisible, was marginalized, and was excluded, was denied its part of our country's wealth. This is a day of reflection. This is a day to reflect on our Constitution our Constitution, which says that our state and our people should have a free, fair, and inclusive nation. We are on the right path. We are passing legislation in our country. We have conventions and we have statutes which allow us to work through our laws to improve the situation. However, we need to have actual efforts made based on what has been enshrined in our laws. Even so, today is a day of reflection. Today is a day to bring attention to this day. And in addition, it is a day of pride for all people of African descent. So, let us celebrate this day as we think about how we can work as a state and as a society in order to have a better world for our children, the world we are all yearning for. Thank you very much. I give the floor to the permanent representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Luann Gilchrist. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as we celebrate International Day for People of African Descent, the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines wishes to express gratitude for the convocation of this session and for the inclusion of this item on the agenda. We appreciate the speaker's interventions and recognize with gratitude the work of Her Excellency Epsie Campbell in realizing this celebration. We join our colleagues and the rest of the world to mark the first International Day for People of African Descent, which is to be celebrated each year on August 31st. This is an excellent addition to the ongoing celebrations of the International Decade for People of African Descent, 2015 to 2024, under the theme Recognition, Justice, and Development. The decade aims to fight against inherited historical social injustices, racism, racial discrimination, and the prejudice to which people of African descent are subjected. Chair, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, through its history of colonization, is populated largely by persons of African descent. The island nation is also the birthplace of the Garifuna people, who are descendants of the union of enslaved Africans who had escaped and the indigenous peoples of the country. Vincentians and the Garifuna people alike owe many of their cultural practices to our African ancestors who fought for their freedom from enslavement and colonialism. They survived and thrived in spite of the forces which conspired against them. We continue to leave our mark around the world in all spheres, making strides in traditional and non-traditional fields. Likewise, the Garifuna people who were exiled from St. Vincent and the Grenadines by the European colonizers planted roots in Central America and have dispersed and settled globally. Their rich heritage is also widely celebrated. Today, people of African descent still continue to suffer inequality and are among the most marginalized and impoverished people of the world, in spite of their contributions to all spheres of human endeavor, including innovation. Racism is ever present Racism is ever present in interpersonal discrimination, in structural discrimination, and institutional discrimination, which prolongs cycles of poverty and inequality, thereby hindering the economic, social, cultural, and intellectual development of people of African descent. Whether it is in the Caribbean, in Latin America, or in Africa, common problems exist. The International Day for People of African Descent is recognition and appreciation of the history, heritage, and cultures of the African diaspora. It is about educating and removing the negative representations of people of African descent in the media. It is about promoting respect and fulfillment of all rights, all human rights, and a respect for the contribution of people of African descent to all societal development. This pandemic, with all its consequences, brings about an occasion for reflection on the millions who have been affected. People from all walks of life have been impacted, though some more so than others. My delegation calls on member states to continue to fight against discrimination against people of African descent by providing quality, inclusive education that will help to prevent the stigma. We call on the Organization of American States to continue to recognize the history and culture of people of African descent through meetings, conferences, and other actions. CARICOM heads of government have long championed the call for reparations for our countries as a way of making amends for past atrocities. Collectively, we can achieve the goal of recognition, justice, and development as set out for the International Decade for People of African Descent. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the permanent representative. I give the floor to the permanent representative of Panama, and Ms. Roquever. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank Her Excellency Vice President Epsy Campbell. It is a pleasure to have you back at the Permanent Council again. We remember the strength and dignity of your message, which tells us that we have a historical debt to pay. However, you have also told us a story of resilience and a story about the fight for the rights of Afro-descendants, which we celebrate on this day. I appreciate the message from Secretary General Almagro, as well as the report delivered by Ms. May McCauley, which reminds us of the large amount of discrimination that persists in our region. At the same time, we would like to highlight the leadership of the sister nation of Costa Rica in pushing forward the agenda of people of African descent, and especially in fighting to have August 31st declared International Day for People of African Descent, which is a proposal that Panama was very supportive of. This day that we celebrate for the first time at the Permanent Council gives us an opportunity to highlight the significant contributions made by people of African descent around the world. This is a decisive step towards taking affirmative action to fully and absolutely including Afro-descendants and their rights. Today, we celebrate the Afro-Panamanian people who have been in our country for more than 500 years, and this, without a doubt, is part of the building of the Panamanian nation and has contributed to our country's historical and economic development. The participation of civil society organizations related to this topic has helped bring visibility to these people and has helped fight for recognition and respect of all human beings under equal conditions. In a country like ours, our wealth comes from being pluri-ethnic and multicultural. Today, we would like to recognize our people of African descent who have placed us on the regional and international map. Their fight for human rights, their fight to eradicate discrimination and racial profiling has been constant. They have been fully dedicated to creating a more inclusive, tolerant, and respectful country in which all Panamanian people can coexist in harmony. As we recognize the reality that our Afro-Panamanian communities live in, we reflect on the fact that they have been an essential part of creating public policies promoting equality and actions to recognize their cultures, their ethnic perspectives, as well as rights for Afro-Panamanian women. Panama celebrates this date alongside Afro-Panamanians and hopes to see affirmative actions like this one help us continue to move forward as a hemisphere and fully demand and recognize the rights of people of African descent and ensure their free inclusion with no type of discrimination. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to the Permanent Representative of Panama. I give the floor to the Ambassador of Mexico, Ms. Luz Elena Baños. Go ahead, Ambassador. Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation expresses its thanks for the presentations given as we celebrate this important day for the Americas. Mexico recognizes the great debt it has with Afro-descendant peoples throughout the hemisphere. For that reason, it takes efforts to fight against discrimination and racism and promote equality. It is an honor to have been at this permanent council to hear the presentation delivered by the distinguished Commissioner Margaret May Macaulay, Rapporteur for Persons of African Descent and Against Discrimination from the IACHR. We were also thrilled and hopeful as we heard the deep and thoughtful presentation of the Vice President of Costa Rica, Etsy Campbell. We fully welcome the first celebration of the International Day for People of African Descent, which was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 2020. The objective of which is to promote respect for the culture, contributions, and legacy of people of African descent in developing our societies, as well as in promoting fundamental rights and human rights. In Mexico, the 2020 census carried out by the National Institute of Statistics and Geography for the first time included the possibility of citizens identifying as Afro-descendants. As a result of this, thousands of people in Mexico identify themselves for the first time as Afro-Mexicans, which means that 2% of all Mexicans are now considered to be Afro-descendants. This is a reflection of efforts made by the government of Mexico to strengthen diversity, inclusion, equality, and non-discrimination in our nation. It shows that after centuries of Afro-descendants living in Mexico, it was only on August 8th of 2019 when the second article of our Constitution in Mexico acknowledged Afro-descendant people and communities as part of the pluricultural composition of the Mexican nation. This was an act of historical justice which strengthens the plurinational and diverse nature of Mexico and makes us even stronger. This constitutional recognition is a political action that is helping to bring about a more democratic and equal country and will make it easier to pass inclusive public policies. The National Institute for Indigenous Peoples, INPI, is the executive department in charge of issues related to Indigenous people and persons of African descent. Its goal is to monitor and evaluate policies, projects, strategies, and actions in order to ensure the rights, sustainable development, and strengthening of these peoples. Among the actions taken by MP, a dialogue and consensus has been held with the 68 Indigenous and Afro-descendant peoples about the constitutional reform in this area. a monitoring commission was also set up with 680 indigenous and Afro-descendant representatives. Additionally, a national liaison committee was set up for this same issue, and it is composed of 110 members. Afro-Mexicans have been a part of programs launched by INPI under the federal government in order to contribute to their comprehensive development and well-being as beneficiaries of human rights. They have been able to fully exercise their rights, have access to justice, and work to obtain support for their strategic and economic activities, to remain in the national educational system, which has been a big challenge, and to struggle for their recognition when it comes to their free determination, autonomy, and structures of organization. In March 2020, in Oaxaca, the first house for the development of Afro-descendant women was set up and serves as a shelter and a place that offers counseling and other services to the Afro-descendant population in Mexico. This house has key information on public health as well. I would also state that the Indigenous Radio Network broadcasts in many of the indigenous languages that exist in Mexico, and that network has increased its programming, especially in Oaxaca, in order to give more attention to the Afro-Mexican people. On January 21st, 2020, Mexico ratified the Inter-American Convention against all forms of discrimination and intolerance, as well as the Inter-American Convention against racism, racial discrimination, and related forms of intolerance. The instrument of ratification was deposited, and Mexico thereby ratified these conventions. We urge other member states to also ratify these conventions as they benefit the people of our hemisphere and unfortunately have been adopted by a low number of nations. Mexico, at different points, has focused on the special relevance of these two Inter-American instruments and does so again here. This is a specific and active way for us to responsibly and constructively address this issue. Mexico recognizes that our entire region and our country faces challenges as we seek to eradicate structural discrimination against Afro-descendants. And for that reason, on this International Day for People of African Descent, we reiterate our conviction in Mexico to continue to take actions at the national and international level to promote the full development and respect of all of the rights of these people. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Ambassador Baños, for your remarks. I give the floor to the alternate representative of Canada, Francois Juvenville. Mr. Juvenville, you have the floor.
Canada tient d'abord à remercier.
On the 31st of August, we celebrated this event for the first time that we are celebrating here. This day is now established in Canada, and we were very, very pleased to be one of the first countries to step forward to celebrate this. And we hope that it will be an ongoing celebration of the tremendous contribution of the African diaspora through the world, and that will seek to minimize the ongoing discrimination against them.
In the Americas and the International Decade for People of African Descent reflect our commitment to the values of inclusion and respect for diversity. Racism in Canada and around the world threatens the dignity and rights of all. We must adopt an actively anti-racist approach. Here at the OAS, Canada continues to support collective and national efforts to implement the Plan of Action for the Decade of People of African Descent in the Americas. And internationally, on July 12th, Canada and Costa Rica co-sponsored an event at the UN High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development Goals entitled The Road to Inclusion, Overcoming Prejudice racism, and discrimination. Canada warmly thanks Vice President Epsie Campbell for enriching a global discussion on the challenge that racism poses as a barrier to sustainable and inclusive development. And similarly, Canada thanks the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights for their work in this important area, especially Commissioner Macaulay, who in her presentation today emphasized the critical importance of intersectionality as a lens through which to gain a deeper understanding of the multifaceted discrimination faced by persons of African descent in our region and indeed around the world. In closing, Canada would like to thank the many states, the many member states who have co-sponsored and supported our resolution text on the power of inclusion and respect for diversity in the annual OAS General Assembly Omnibus Resolution dedicated to the promotion and protection of human rights. We again invite all member states to co-sponsor the text this year ahead of the upcoming special meeting of the Committee on Political and Juridical Affairs focusing on inclusion as a key principle of democratic life. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Jubenville. I give the floor to the permanent representative of Bolivia, Ambassador Hector Arce. Go ahead. Thank you very much, Chair. Representatives of the member countries of the organization, greetings to all. I would like to start out by particularly greeting Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Ms. Epsie Campbell. I would also like to greet and recognize the IACHR Commissioner for Persons of African Descent and Against Racism, Ms. Margaret May Macaulay. Bolivia hails the declaration of the International Day for People of African Descent adopted at the United Nations General Assembly, and we are pleased to celebrate this for the first time at the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States. I hope that we can continue to celebrate this very important day every year. All forms of discrimination around the world are intolerable. However, it's even more unacceptable when it happens based on people's skin color. I would like to share the message of Martin Luther King, a message in which he shared his dream that humanity would continue to work towards this goal day after day. Chair, Bolivia is proud to be a country that has made lots of headway on the issue of people of African descent. In 2009, we drafted a new constitution, and its third article focuses on persons of African descent and incorporates them into the country's political, economic, and legal life. In 2011, we adopted Law 200 in our country. And this law declares September 23rd as the National Day of Afro-Bolivian People and Culture in order to recognize the culture of those in Bolivia who are descendants of African people. In 2016, Law 848 was passed, and this states that 2015 to 2024 will be the decade of people of African descent in accordance with the United Nations Declaration of 2013. Bolivia has made great headway in the fight against discrimination. The Bolivian people were parcelized and marginalized for 150 years, but today it is a more fair, dignified, and equal nation, and this allows us to continue to work to achieve this dream of justice and equality, which several decades ago was brought before us by Martin Luther King. This dream that today we still fight for as we strive for equality, the supreme value that we should have for all of our peoples. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the permanent representative of Bolivia. I now give the floor to the Permanent Representative of the United States, Brad Friedman.
Chair, Madam Vice President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Epsi Campbell, OAS Secretary General Almagro, IACHR Commissioner McCauley, I would like to thank all of you for your important and informative presentations today. Yesterday, the United States joined others around the world in commemorating the first International Day for People of African Descent. We are delighted that the OAS decided to hold this meeting today to recognize this important occasion. The first International Day for People of African Descent was created to promote the extraordinary contributions of Africans and members of the African diaspora around the world. In our hemisphere, it is an opportunity to focus on eliminating discrimination and creating more inclusive societies. The Biden-Harris administration has elevated racial justice and equity as an immediate priority, promoting it across federal government agencies, policies, and programs, including our engagement in international organizations such as the United Nations and the OAS. The United States strongly supported the creation of the UN Permanent Forum for People of African Descent in August, and will seek ways to engage with and advance its efforts. We must get to the root of the challenge by addressing structural racism. We must also acknowledge the intersections of gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, ethnicity, religion, and national origin. Today at the OAS, the United States honors the dignity, equality, and the contributions of Black Americans and all people of African descent around the world. We recommit ourselves to ensuring equality, dignity, and economic opportunity for every human being, and especially those who have historically been denied these rights. My delegation is proud to recognize the contributions that Black Americans make to our society every day. The United States has the second largest number of citizens of African descent in the Americas. Today, we pay tribute to their enormous positive impact in our commitments and our nation, while also acknowledging the disproportionate challenges they face in health, justice, education, and economic prosperity. The United States is a multicultural society. We believe diversity, equity, and inclusion are essential for a healthy democracy. We must recognize the life and liberty, the sacrifices of life and liberty made by people of African descent to build and develop this country, and their ongoing contributions in every sector of our society. We must also recognize and celebrate the culture and traditions of the African diaspora that are integral to our story as Americans. The United States recognizes that it must fully live up to the founding principles of this nation, that all people are created equal. Slavery was my country's original sin, and we are still living with its legacy. We know that it is long past time to confront deep racial inequalities and the systemic racism that continue to plague our nation. We bring to our work a seriousness of purpose and urgency to live up to the promises of our founding principles, but also the intersectional impact of racial justice and equity across the board in healthcare, education, housing, our economy, our environment, our justice system, and our electoral process. We do this not only because it is the right thing to do, but because it is the smart thing to do and benefits all of us as a nation. This is only the beginning of what we must do. Ending racial discrimination, particularly in our criminal justice system, will be an ongoing top priority for the president and for the entire Biden-Harris administration. And we ask other countries to join us. We know that it is only by facing the painful truth of our past and working together that we can forge a better future by eliminating racism and discrimination in all our societies. Today, we honor the sacrifices others have made for equality, and we stand together to protect the rights of all. That is why the International Day for People of African Descent and its 3 pillars of recognition, justice, and development are so important. In closing, the United States looks forward to continued engagement with hemispheric partners to find solutions to all of our common challenges. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor Frieden. Tiene la palabra el...
Thank you very much, Mr. Frieden. Pleased to give the floor to Ambassador Lynch of Barbados. Ambassador.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, thank you very, very much. Vice President Epsie Campbell, Honorable Margaret May Macaulay, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General. Barbados joins the rest of the Americas in the recognition of this day. It is our contention, however, that no statement or intervention on the contribution of people of African descent or their contribution to global development would be complete without setting the correct historical context and without making the right cause for continued movements and structures that not only recognize and accept past wrongs inflicted on Black people, but seeks true action that seeks to correct these wrongs. Although there has been a movement over the past 2 centuries to recognize and accept the atrocity that was slavery and its impact upon the development of Black people in the Americas, the truly tangible action that will go the distance in reversing the cause of our underdevelopment has been in great measure dismissed or substantially ignored. Mr. President, Barbados speaks here of the global movement on reparations. Ever since slavery was abolished in the Caribbean in the 1830s and in the Americas in the 1860s and 1880s, the victims of this gross human atrocity and their descendants have been struggling for justice to repair what was, in our estimation, the greatest of all crimes committed against humanity. The 19th and 20th centuries have seen the intensity of the movement for reparatory justice rise and fall. However, those in the forefront of this fight have always been consistent in their demands for restitution and recompense for the crimes of chattel slavery in the Western Hemisphere. Anti-imperialist and anti-colonial movements have included reparations calls, as have been Pan-Africanist, civil rights and human rights movements in the Caribbean. In 1987, Mr. Chairman, the National Coalition for Reparations in America, NCOBRA, a mass-based coalition organized for the sole purpose of obtaining reparations for African descendants, was established in the United States. NCOBRA defines reparations as a process of repairing, healing, and restoring a people injured because of their group identity and in violation of their fundamental rights by governments or corporations. Those groups have the right to obtain from the government or commercial entity responsible for the injuries that which they need to repair not only their lands, but also their damaged psyches. This damage is apparent every day and everywhere in our societies. Additionally, there are those that argue that this movement is more than just a demand for justice. They proffer that reparations is a principle of international human rights law, and we concur with that sentiment, sir. In the most developed country in the world, the seat of the OAS, and in which legislation has been introduced since 1989 for a commission to study the need for reparations for the descendants of slaves in the USA. And every year since then, this bill, HR 40, has been reintroduced into the Congress. That legislation has still not been passed. And what is even more significant, however, is that recent public opinions in the USA have indicated a substantial increase in the percentage of Black Americans and young white Americans who support the call for reparations. The reparations idea is now also echoed beyond the boundaries of the Caribbean and the USA. In 2016, the Prime Minister of India stated that this country needed to examine seriously a claim for reparations for the suffering inflicted on the people of India from decades of British colonial rule prior to independence. The indigenous peoples of Australia and New Zealand are also voicing reparations demands, as are large communities of Afro descendants in Brazil and in Colombia in Latin America. In 2001, at the UN's World Conference Against Racism in Durban, South Africa, the demands for reparations was also prominent. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, we celebrate today and thank and praise the government of Costa Rica. However, we need to go further. We need to do more to rid the world, yes, the world, of this scourge. And in the Americas, of the systemic racism that we talk so much about, but do so little tangibly to erase. By all objective indications, the global movement for reparations has turned the corner and will continue to strengthen and expand in the years ahead. The chairman of the CARICOM Commission, Reparations Commission, Professor Hilary Beckles, has predicted that the movement for reparatory justice will become the greatest political and historical movement of this 21st century. We therefore, sir, from this platform make the call for the U.S. Congress to complete the cycle of ensuring that the bill establishing the Commission on Reparations be passed, to start the ball rolling for many of those people that just weeks ago at the Tokyo Olympics were not Black Americans or Latin Americans or white Americans. They were simply Americans. Secondly, we also call on all countries here to truly make this 21st century the century in which we see true reparatory justice for people of African descent. Reparations is more than just monetary solutions paid to people of African descent. It is about a recognition that our people have been underdeveloped in every way by and from the crime of slavery. Their psyches fundamentally scarred. We call on all countries to join the global reparations movement and to bring tangible expression and action to what has hitherto been mostly words. Reparations must be a top priority as it will assist us in all areas of our development, including the areas of justice. Let history record us as having done something different and tangible for the Black people of this hemisphere. Mr. Chairman, I'm obliged to you, sir. And thank you.
Muy agradecido, señor representante permanente.
Thank you, Permanent Representative of Barbados. I now give the floor to the alternate representative for Colombia, David Rodriguez. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for having convened this session, which affords us the opportunity to celebrate for the first time the International Day for People of African Descent. Colombia pays tribute to them for everything that the people of African descent have done for the development of our country, and are particularly indebted to Her Excellency F.C. Campbell Barr, Vice President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Luis Almagro, the Secretary General, Commissioner Macaulay of the Commission, to all of you. Thank you very much. Colombia, as you may know, is a pluri-ethnic and multicultural state, which is one of the most diverse in the entire Americas. We believe that cultural diversity is the yeast of so many of our measures for the assistance of our peoples and the recognition of their variety. We believe that a respect for the intrinsic dignity of all human beings is essential, such that each may aspire to political, civil, economic, social, cultural, environmental rights for all. We have whites, we have blacks, we have mestizos, we have indigenous, you name it. We have many Afro-Colombian and Palenqueras and others, all of whom offer the ethnic and cultural mosaic that my country offers. We believe this is a strength, and we believe this is enshrined in many of our policies, strengthening of the education, special degrees and African studies. This is certainly true through the educational system on the whole. We see it in our public health systems. We have special credits offered to Black communities. Colombia at present is very much involved in trying to help those communities that are particularly behind in their development. We want to improve the quality of life of Afro-Colombian populations wherever they find themselves, so that these ethnical groups have the necessary tools to close the gaps that they suffer from in development and other areas. We have set up a school for social leaders, which is just that. Our president has continually underscored the tremendous contribution of Afro descendants in our society. When we celebrated the National Day on Afro-Colombian Citizenship, which is in last May, President Ivan Duque said that he would invest $175 million in a series of policies and investments that would aim at closing the gaps that are economic and social in nature that have particularly hit the Blacks in our country. We have more than 20 billion invested in the past. More than 16,000 people have benefited in various policies. The national policy has a particular ethnic chapter in which 239 different commitments with Afro-Colombian communities were undertaken in 17 different axes that are based on the development goals. That's over 19.5 million pesos. I'm speaking in Colombian pesos, of course. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that, alternate representative for Colombia, and I'm happy to give the floor now to the permanent representative of the Republic of Uruguay, Ambassador Abdallah. Thank you very much. Well, I have to admit that F.C. Campbell's and Margaret Macaulay's words this morning were stirring. That has to be the word. They affected me most particularly, and I felt that they were far from rhetoric. They were almost a clarion call to action. They were a mobilizing effort, and several have remembered here the famous "I Have a Dream" speech of Martin Luther King. And after decades since then, in which I have been privileged to lecture in my university, in the university of my country, my very first class every year, I would play the "I Have a Dream" speech of Martin Luther King's on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. And after that, we would have a moment of silence, and then I would call for reaction, because this was a political science course, by the way. And I was interested in seeing how people reacted on younger and succeeding generations. Because if ever there was a clarion call to action, it was Martin Luther King's speech that day. And over the years, what I want to share is that I noted that among the students, all genders combined, there was a change in the way that speech was received. Initially, it had been looked at as, well, an interesting historic rhetorical exercise, but over the years, I saw a growing buy-in on the part of these Uruguayan students. They began to feel it as something that spoke to Uruguay. That wasn't just something that was relevant to the 60s in the US. And when I got here, the first time I got here, How to Be an Anti-Racist was the first book I bought. And what I read in that tome was a couple of chapters, power, biology, behavior, I mean, I'm not going to repeat all of the titles. The ambassador is ripping them off at great speed. At every at every point in the book that this professor of American University wrote, Abram Candy, I saw how basically the world and various societies have a binary reaction to these issues. And what I took away from this is that, yes, change has to be cultural, but guess what? It has to come from power. It has to come from a seat of power. And so we are speaking here in our important session principally from the place of culture. And even though all of us are ambassadors or commissioners of for whoever we are and represent here, what I'm trying to say is that so long as we don't move from culture to power, that gap is going to stay. And what many call systemic racism, I would call structural racism, will prevail. Let's face it, it's an ongoing cancer in society. And I think that the only way to change that reality is with more reality, as has been hinted at, through reparations, as has been assertively and I believe quite correctly suggested here. You don't change reality only by rhetoric. If there is a human group that on the ladder of social mobility doesn't really have a way up to proceed in a dignified fashion in terms of equality, well, it means something is wrong with that ladder. So the roads, what are the roads? Well, you have legislation, you have alternative choices. We know what the various roads, what the avenues are forward. We know what they are. All of us sitting here know it by heart. The point is we've got to do it. Bottom line, I think everyone's contribution today has been very, very rich. And I simply want to say from the standpoint of Uruguay, since we're in the context of the OAS, everything that unites us, and by the way, the tunnel that unite the beautiful original headquarters of the OAS to the administrative group, the tunnel is painted by an Uruguayan, I just want to say in passing. He was an Afro-descendant, by the way. And he was able, I believe, to project in his artistry the richness of his Afro-descendant heritage. If you don't remember that mural, you go take a walk down there and you'll see what I mean. Because maybe that's what we need to do, all of us, to dive deep into whatever we have to give and get where we've got to go. Wow. Thank you, Ambassador Abdallah. Thank you very much as chair. We now give the floor to Carolina Vera, the alternate representative for Paraguay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are also very grateful for the very stirring statements that have been made today on the commemoration of the 31st of August, the International Day for People of African Descent. We have marked this in Paraguay and paid particular attention to Afro-descendants at the General Assembly of the UN and in the Human Rights Commission and elsewhere. We recognize the extraordinary contributions of Afro-descendants and understand that we need to galvanize awareness in our population to do more against discrimination against them there. The Secretariat for Culture in Paraguay is putting the last touches on a draft law for Afro-descendants. Our Congress is looking at it as I speak. Thank you very much. Thank you, alternate representative for Paraguay. I turn now to Jacqueline Melga, alternate representative for Guatemala. Thank you. We are very honored to have with us today Her Excellency Epsie Campbell Barr and Commissioner Margaret May Macaulay. for their important statements and the depth of knowledge they have in their respective fields. We're also pleased to have with us and to have heard the Secretary General, Luis Almagro. We, with others, celebrate this International Day for people of African descent, recognizing that in the Americas, as elsewhere in the world, African descent has marked cultures, both in artistry, in culture, in cosmogony, in literature, in so many areas, you name them. Since 2018, we set up the International Week on Afro-Descendants in the Americas, and we have allowed more visibility to be paid to all the contributions that have marked our society, and have also drilled down on the evils of racism and stereotyping of Afro-descendants. It's important that we focus on the positive contributions of Afro-descendants in the region, which are myriad. We, in my own country, have focused, for instance, on making some concrete changes. In our last census, 2018, we talk about the Garifunas and Afro-descendants. It's about 2.3% of the population. On the other hand, through a ministerial agreement 177/2007 of the Ministry of Culture and Sports, we also recognize the presence of various ethnic groups of Chinese origin and English origin. And this, of course, is part of our history in Guatemala. In 2018, we sent up the National Council of Garifuna people in order to institutionalize a number of these actions so that each component thereof might lead to greater justice and development for the Garifuna and Afro-descendant populations involved. Chair, presently we have a number of bills before Congress that deal with these. I'm not going to mention them in detail, but one of them talks about indemnification and affirmative action for Garifuna women. Then we have another draft law that speaks of recognizing Afro-descendants throughout the country. Mr. Chairman, the state of Guatemala is deploying ongoing efforts such that interculturality, multiculturality, and the fight against racism and racial discrimination may move forward. We know we've got a long way to go, but we're well on our way. And we believe in what we're doing in Guatemala and in the region. And we stand ready to support initiatives to further these initiatives and to broaden these spaces for such important dialogue. Thank you. Thank you, alternate representative for Guatemala. The representative of Venezuela, Hugo Tarre, has the floor. We're about, I think, to wrap up on this item of the agenda, and I would like very briefly, of course, to congratulate the three speakers, Her Excellency, the Vice President of Costa Rica, Epsi Campbell-Barr, for her very moving and, quite frankly, brilliant message. Equally to Commissioner Margaret May Macaulay and to our own Secretary General. Thank you very much for your respective inputs. This celebration of the International Day for People of African Descent is, in fact, is it not, a moment of celebration and a necessary moment of condemnation for all of the evils that have come from racism. But it is also a moment at which we see an opportunity for the expression of demands to fight better against systemic racism, as Luis Almagro and the representative of Barbados have spoken, demanding reparations. And this cannot be mere rhetoric. This has got to be translated into something concrete. And I would hope that it be the case not only in our respective countries, but in our own organization. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the permanent representative of Italy, Simone De Santis.
Signor Presidente, Signor Secretario General, Secretario General.
Good morning, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, speakers, distinguished permanent representatives, especially and in particular the Vice President of Costa Rica. On behalf of Italy, I would like to express our best wishes to all member states of the Permanent Council on this International Day for People of African Descent. This is truly an important and special occasion, and it's not just symbolic. It encourages us all to do much more by taking concrete actions. Italy is deeply committed, both nationally and internationally, to eradicating all forms of discrimination, racism, and to defending human rights. And today we focus on the challenges faced by people of African descent. These are key components of our foreign policy in particular. We have renewed our work in this area, and of course we are thankful for the cooperation we enjoy with all of our friends from the Americas. We are truly committed to this just cause of fundamental human rights. This is an essential issue for our common sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you very much to the Permanent Observer of Italy. I give the floor to the Permanent Observer of Spain, Ambassador Carmen Monton. Go ahead, please. Good afternoon. Just to conclude, we in Spain join all states in celebrating this International Day for the People of African Descent, and we join the fight against systemic racism and believe it should be addressed from an intersectional standpoint. We commend Costa Rica on the historic adoption at the United Nations of this declaration, which allows us to celebrate this International Day and fight to eradicate all forms of discrimination against African descendants and demand their rights. We would also like to reaffirm Spain's commitment to fight against racism and strive for equality. We thank the Organization of American States for holding this meeting at its Permanent Council and giving support and courage to member states so that together we can create a more inclusive and equitable society. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Monton. Moving on to the next item on the order of business, we now have the presentation of the annual report of the Inter-American Commission of Women to the 51st regular session of the General Assembly. To present this report, it is my distinct privilege to welcome and give the floor to Ms. Alejandra Mora Mora, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women, the CIM. Ms. Mora Mora, please go ahead. Good morning, Chair. Greetings. Ambassador Harold Forsyth, the chair of this meeting. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Secretary General. I warmly greet you, Mr. Assistant Secretary General, Nestor Mendez. Greetings, and good afternoon to all permanent representatives and observer states at this meeting of the Permanent Council. I would like to start by joining all in celebrating this historic day. The first time we celebrate it at the OAS, and that is the International Day for People of African Descent. I will move forward with my presentation, recognizing the contributions that we at the Inter-American Commission of Women have received from the Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General and from the General Assembly through all of the mandates that have been handed down to the Inter-American Commission of Women. Over this period, I would like to say that the CIM has risen to the occasion. We have proven that we have a large ability to adapt to change and the multiple challenges posed by COVID-19. I would like to particularly recognize my dear colleagues that I work with. Thank you for being so proactive and for doing excellent work. Over this period, we have identified the main challenges faced by states, and we have coordinated with the voices of different women in order to put a powerful agenda on the table, an agenda that will strive for equality in the region. I would like to highlight the work done, particularly with the member states of the OAS. We have received multiple demands. We have done coordinated work. We have worked through many entities, particularly ministers of women and country missions. We have incorporated a feminist perspective in our work throughout COVID-19 when we have lost some certainty and at a time when which we really have to understand the new paradigms that are arising. With that in mind, we have prepared specific proposals for the member states. We have worked in a creative manner and we have set the goal of transformation to achieve well-being amidst this complicated situation with the pandemic. We relied on many people to promote this agenda. We have conversed and coordinated with many people throughout strategic partnerships. We have received lots of cooperation from the governments of Liechtenstein, Canada, Chile, Mexico, Trinidad and Tobago, Spain, Italy, France, the European Union through the Eurosocial Program, the United Nations through the Spotlight Program, with UN Women, the ILO, and others. I express my deepest gratitude to you. We have received great leadership from Mayra Jimenez, the chair of the SIM and Minister of Women from the Dominican Republic. I would like to say that we have shown that this crisis is a crisis for all women, and not all states have been able to perceive the high level of impact on them. Because women face a sad reality that we must transform. Women are not in decision-making positions in many cases. Many times the patriarchy is unable to appreciate what we go through in private. But what you will see on our screen will show you that throughout COVID-19, we have seen a setback of more than a decade in the labor inclusion of women. 118 million women are living in poverty. That's 23 million more than in 2020. Unemployment went up by more than 10%. With the 10 new standards of care that we have seen throughout this process, women were working 45 hours a week in the household versus 15 hours for men, and this only got worse. We have seen the low number of women in high-ranking positions as well. It would take 100 years, or it was going to take 100 years to overcome the gender inequality gap, and now, according to the Global Index, this will take 35 more years. So the SIM is calling upon all parties to reconceptualize this crisis. As Marcela Lagarde, the Mexican feminist, says, we need to see a deep transformation of paradigms in positions of power, in rights, and in the use of time. As this takes place, we need to recognize two strategic actions taken by states. One, actions taken to fight violence against women. This was clearly recognized as another pandemic, and most states provided a way for women to file complaints online, including through the legal system. And a lot was invested to make this sustainable. Another issue that was placed on the agenda and that states made progress on was the parity agenda. Throughout the pandemic, legal and even constitutional reforms were adopted in countries such as Peru, Mexico, Honduras, and Chile. This is very important to highlight. So, what have we done over this period? When it comes to human rights, we have sought for parity across the board. We have placed a particular emphasis on what Mexico has called parity across the board, and that is having women in the executive branch, not just Congresses. We have looked at women in government, in the judicial branch, women in the executive branch, and we have lots of information on this. We need to recognize something from Chile in particular. Chile had the first constitutional process with parity in our history. Women were at the top of all lists in this process, and we are disseminating information on that throughout the region. We are focusing a lot on this. On 2020, we have supported female candidates in Ecuador and Honduras online. We held 11 meetings with different women to train them in this area on how to launch virtual campaigns. We worked alongside electoral authorities in the region in order to reach an audience of more than 20,000 people. We have also continued to reinforce the role of multilateral entities as well as the Inter-American Task Force in our region. In terms of economic rights, the CIM declared that there was a global emergency of caretakers. We need to put an end to sexual segmentation in this work and allow for the economic empowerment of women in these positions. We also need to ensure that the human talent of women can be a part of the reconstruction in times of COVID and lead to their well-being. We need to have political instruments that declare care as a right. We need to make timely decisions in this area and focus more on care systems. We are seeing gaps in SMEs, domestic work, rural tourism, and informal work. In terms of violence, in 2020, the monitoring mechanism for the Convention Against Violence Against Women gave us a dose of reality when it came to this issue. We have focused on comprehensive policies to eradicate this kind of violence. In this report, we have said that 75% of homicides against women have gone unpunished in our region. There are even countries in our region in which convictions for femicide only represent 0.4% of total convictions. We have launched awareness-raising campaigns in this area, and we have sought to have the issue of gender incorporated in criminal court decisions. We have worked to see more diversity in involved ministries, and we have based our work on the program from Canada. I would like to say that this program, the PIA, has moved forward, and we have reached more than 10,000 people with it, providing them with training courses. We have also held 400 activities with member states and observer states, as well as OAS personnel from civil society agencies, and other NGOs. In 2020, we became more than 50% more visible on social media. We have also continued to provide assistance to the member states, and we have renewed relations with CARICOM to build a joint agenda. We called on leaders of the feminist movement so that they can support us in reflecting on feminism and redefining the role of the state in times of COVID. Today, our target is to reach consensus in the region to prevent women from falling behind. We need to see a transformation and strengthen institutions in our region. And in addition to this, we need budgetary resources to allow us to engage in strategic planning and help the OAS move forward on human rights with a gender and intersectional perspective. Another goal of ours is to shift paradigms and work digitally more than ever. When it comes to caretaking, we must understand that that caretaking is related to the well-being of our population. We have an ethical mandate. We need to fight against extreme poverty and hunger. Health includes reproductive and sexual health as well, so we're working on that. We also need to recognize women as promoters of peace in times of crisis, which is something that we have seen during this time and something that we will find more information on as we research this area so that we can share information on women's leadership. The feminist movement is making headway in the region. We see parity for all, not one more, Me Too, and many other movements that are here to stay. Lastly, when it comes to accountability, we need to understand that all times of crisis are opportunities for transformation. We need to fight for the rights of all people, specifically those who face greater obstacles during this crisis. COVID made it more important than ever to work in a multilateral fashion and to share a message of hope, to spread awareness, to promote empathy when it comes to transgressions. Only a strengthened SIM will be capable of bringing this message to half of our population, which is our ultimate target. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much, Ms. Alejandra Mora. The chair would be remiss if it did not commend you emphatically for the work of the SIM. And we commend you, the Executive Secretary, Ms. Mora, the words that you have shared with us really demonstrate what is happening with women in the Americas, and this surely will play a large role at our organization's next General Assembly at this point. I would like to give the floor to the delegates of the member states. First and foremost, we have Panama. Maria Roquever, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Every time somebody asks why we're so adamant about including gender equality on the agenda at the Permanent Council or any other agenda, we remind them of that number that was just shared with us by Secretary Alejandro Mora. It will take us 100 years to close the gender gap, and now the pandemic added 35 years to that. 135 years is what we are expecting it to take to close the gender gap if we don't do anything differently. That is why the delegation of Panama is so grateful for that presentation and your input. We would also like to highlight the leading role played by the SIM in the OAS's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. From the beginning, when we still couldn't envision how severe the pandemic would be, the SIM was already evaluating the brutal impact that this would have on women. The SIM was one of the first organizations to issue a specific statement about the need to have a differentiated approach in states' responses to the pandemic and the importance of incorporating diverse teams in decision-making at the highest level. Over 2020 and 2021, we have received important information and recommendations about the pandemic. We have also seen virtual forums about the differentiated role that women have in this and what needs to happen at the highest level. These inputs have been very valuable for us to assess the challenges that we have to face in the hemisphere. We would also like to mention the efforts that are being made to achieve gender parity within our organization. In March 2020, before the pandemic was declared, and at the last in-person meeting that we held in the Bolivar Room, we adopted by acclamation representation of women at the OAS. That was a resolution, and it sought to provide for parity in all areas of the organization. I would just like to be adamant about what was said by the Executive Secretary of the SIM, and that is that we have a lot of work left to do to achieve parity. And all across the organization, we have to go the extra mile to do this and to fulfill the mandates entrusted to us in that resolution. This affects all people, not just women. In the OAS, the agenda of women is not just the responsibility of the SIM, but of all the OAS's organs and subsidiary bodies. This is related to human rights, but it is also necessary for us to achieve the sustainable and comprehensive development of our people and to ensure multi-dimensional security and strengthen and promote democracy. The women's agenda is not just the women's agenda, it is a democracy agenda. We are aware of the setback that has been brought about by the pandemic, and this applies across the board. However, the problems that have been brought to the foreground by the pandemic already existed before the pandemic. That means that we as states and we as an organization have to do whatever it takes in order to ensure that this new more normal that we're building on an ongoing basis prioritize women's issues and increase efforts to effectively face gender violence, femicide, and ensure equal representation for women in decision making, and to ensure that both genders are responsible for care. Panama is committed to building this new normal in which all of us, including women of all races and ethnicities, we need to address the gender agenda in all areas of our organization so that we can work together in an intersectional fashion. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ambassador. I give the floor to the alternate representative of Canada, Mr. Jubenville. Go ahead, please. Canada would like to thank the Inter-American Commission of Women for its leadership and the activities it has conducted to empower women and girls. Canada would also reaffirm the importance of the rights of women. We would like women and children to be able to aspire to leadership positions in their families, their communities, and their communities overall. In addition, we would like to work on the disproportionate impact that COVID-19 has had on women and girls, and take a closer look at how the pandemic has affected us over the years.
Task Force on Women's Leadership. Under this leadership, the task force has adapted its initiatives to better respond to the pandemic, including by highlighting the important role of women leaders in pandemic response efforts. Canada maintains that in order to continue to advance and address the needs of all women, we need an intersectional approach that shows the way in which social identities overlap and can lead to multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination experienced by women and girls, creating a barrier to the full enjoyment of their human rights. Advancing gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls in all their diversity to meaningfully participate and lead across all economic, social, and political spheres will create a stronger future for us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a very high number of participants requesting the floor, and this just reflects how important this issue is for the member states and how much support there is for the work of Alejandra Mora. I now give the floor to the permanent representative of Chile. Chile, you have the floor. Mr. Forsyth, thank you very much. I would like to welcome Executive Secretary Maura Mora, and be adamant about the fact that the presentation of the annual report of the SIM to the General Assembly at its 51st regular session will be very important. We would like to highlight on the excellent capability of the SIM to respond to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic that we are facing. Essentially, the pandemic has a particular impact on women of our region, and it only sharpens a series of scourges like inequality, unemployment, and violence. The Inter-American Commission of Women has been able to explain to us how severe these challenges are and provide a path for us to address them. Chile, like the rest of the world, has been hit by the pandemic, and our women have had to face a particularly heavy burden. Globally, 114 million jobs have been destroyed, and this has affected women 5% more than it has affected men. Prior to the pandemic, our country had achieved a record 53.3% women's participation in the workforce. But from April and May 2020, this rate fell to 41.2%, which means that many women lost their jobs. Another serious consequence of COVID-19 for women has been that they have been overburdened with non-remunerated domestic tasks. According to figures from the United Nations, women spend an average of 28.7 hours per week on this kind of work, compared to just 11.7 hours that men devote to the same daily domestic work. In Chile's Ministry of Women, we have incorporated a participatory approach on this issue. I would like to highlight the following issues or initiatives that have been spearheaded by our government. First of all, there is a gender-based employment subsidy to spur the rehiring of women into the workforce. We have our protected child law, which seeks to preserve the jobs and incomes of those who have infant children. We have also provided more child care throughout the pandemic. We also incorporated a subsidy that allows us to promote the employability of thousands of women who today who don't have a large enough care network to allow them to go back to work. This includes cash transfers to allow them to hire caretakers for their young children. Additionally, we have been working through the universal health law in order to overcome one of the largest barriers that women faced in being incorporated into the workforce. We are working alongside the private sector, especially key sectors for economic recovery, such as energy, mining, and construction, because we are working to increase the participation of women in those economic areas. In conclusion, I would like to say that the Minister of Women, Monica Salaguet, fully supports the work of the Inter-American Commission of Women in order to improve the condition of women overall in our hemisphere. Chile's commitment to women is real. It is an actual commitment that has been reflected in our results more so than in our intentions. Thank you very much. Thank you to the permanent representative of Chile. I give the floor to the alternate representative of St. Lucia. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my delegation welcomes the report of the Inter-American Commission on Women presented by Executive Secretary Maura Mora and applaud the work of the SIM in the region. My delegation has been advocating for the SIM to increase attention on the Caribbean. In this light, we are pleased for the adoption of the proposal presented by my delegation at the 50th General Assembly, requesting the SIM and the MISEGRI to undertake analysis on the impact that the COVID-19 has had on women and girls in the Caribbean, as has done in Latin America. We continue to advocate for closer collaboration between the SIM and the Caribbean as we understand the value of the work of the SIM can have on our efforts in shaping and implementing gender policies in the Caribbean. St. Lucia will continue to support any effort towards achieving this objective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, alternate representative. I now give the floor to the alternate representative of the Dominican Republic, Anabel Bueno. Our government is very grateful to Alejandra Mora Mora, the Executive Secretary for the Inter-American Commission for Women, for this report, and we very much applaud her efforts and that of her team for everything that they have managed to achieve despite COVID. We also reaffirm our commitment to support the SIM and MESECVI. During the 39th General Assembly of the SIM, we in Dominican Republic adopted the Declaration on Equality and Autonomy of the Political and Civil Rights of Women for the Strengthening of Democracy. And since then, we have not ceased saying that parity and equality between women is essential for us to move forward in the region. As Alejandra Mora Mora has continually said, it has been important, together with the Commission, for there to be increased work in such areas such as the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, among the trade unions, and in terms of foreign affairs. We are very much also promoting the further inclusion of transgender policies. The question of gender equality and the ongoing fight against violence against women are also continual concerns. We support everything that the Executive Secretary has said, particularly in an era such as the one we live, where we know that the violence indices against women and girls has skyrocketed the world over. We very much support the work that our president has been carrying out, particularly in that area of tension on violence against women and girls. The Dominican Republic has, to that end, set up a number of public policies to galvanize further feminine participation in our ministries and in the workplace, and supporting best practices so that our state may become ever more inclusive in every respect. We have passed a law on childhood protection, and particularly at the infant stage, and the ongoing support for fighting violence against girls, adolescents, and women. And many of these actions are coordinated by the Ministry for Women. We also have a strategic violence for a life free of violence also under that ministry. There's another body that has been set up that is the specialized unit within the national policy aimed at increasing access to justice and reducing the risk of violence to women. This is aligned with the overall objectives of our chair of SIM, and we will continually support you at the same time as we commit ourselves to continue the struggle to find a better balance, not only in our country, but in the region as regards to the rights of women. Thank you. Thank you. Mexico has the floor. Distinguished Ambassador. Thank you. Mexico is very grateful for this report, which certainly highlights the most important action that SIM has carried out over this last year. We are appreciative of Alejandra Mora Mora's particular commitment and that of her entire team In the particularly daunting times of the pandemic, we believe they have distinguished themselves in the manner in which they have carried out their entrusted work and further advance the interests of women in the hemisphere. As Secretary Mora Mora has said, Mexico happens to be one of the countries most deeply committed to the work of the CIM and to its strengthening. In this period, there are two particular issues that I would like to highlight in my view, that CIM has carried out. The government of Mexico feels that the following warrant additional attention. Certainly, as mentioned, violence against women. That has to be a priority. Secondly, the increased burden of caregiving, whether remunerated or not, by the way, which more often than not lands in the lap of women. Half of the population of the world plus is female, and there is positively no reason why, along with additional risk of violence, that amount of burden should fall disproportionately on them. That is why Mexico reiterates its commitment to work tirelessly towards substantive increased equality based on a foreign policy that is ever more focused on a feminist approach and greater equality, so that we are committed in ways that go beyond words and aspirations to make these true. In this pandemic, we have particularly focused on the Global Alliance for Caregiving, and we are grateful to CIM for launching that. The report that we heard this morning is a good summary of what has gotten done. And this was, of course, based on what the General Assembly of CIM entrusted to it for this period. Above and beyond the disproportionate impact on COVID, on women, I should say, by COVID, we see that a further recognition of their rights and increased political representation is also on the agenda. And we're pleased to see that is the case, not only in governments, but at the OAS. In so many years, many of the areas that are now led by women here at the OAS are now led by women. So we believe that increased participation by women is a good thing. Just recently, on 29th August, the Mexican Congress achieved parity. This is huge in Mexico. It is of a very great symbolic and real value. We believe it to be substantive, and it's certainly in line with our feminist position, continue to espouse the highest possible degree of presence of women and girls in universities and in every other space. And we will continue to work to that end. Such things as, for instance, the intersectional focus on women, recognizing that there should not be ongoing criminalization of certain issues, and I speak here of abortion. We hope that in decriminalizing it, this will further facilitate the role of women and allow a greater chance of living a dignified and a just life. Mexico is committed to a very complex agenda on behalf of women. Agendas that, quite frankly, are still the source of controversy. And that's why in some areas we're still on the back foot. We've got to do better. We have to fight as women without being chastised for it, let alone criminalized. There is so much effort that women still have to do disproportionately. Let us work every way we can to change that. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're most kind. Thank you, Ambassador for Mexico, permanent representative of that country. Let me now offer the floor to the alternate representative of El Salvador. That would be Wendy Acevedo. Thank you. The delegation of El Salvador is very grateful to have heard the presentation that the Executive Secretary of the SIM, Alejandra Mora Mora, has put before us. And we are most impressed by the very hard work that the SIM has carried out over this very difficult era during the pandemic to benefit little girls, adolescents, and women of all ages. Socializing the documents that are important to be distributed have also played a role, so that the differentiated impact of the pandemic on women and girls is better understood. And I believe that is a good thing. It will allow us governments to take the necessary steps and more attuned policies. We are grateful to the SIM also for the work that has been directed toward El Salvador, so that together with Ms. Sekfi and Spotby, we have been able to greater sensitize our public to such an important role. Finally, we offer the support of El Salvador to the SIM as it continues working toward our common goals, such that gender equality may one day take place. Thank you. Thank you. The alternate representative of Guatemala, Jacqueline Vega, has the floor. Thanks. Mr. Chairman, we're very grateful to the SIM for the presentation that its Executive Secretary Alejandra Mora Mora has just put before us, and also the presentation of the annual report, which we have received through the appropriate OAS channels. The impact of the pandemic on women and girls, as has just been explained, is disproportionate in terms of men and women. This COVID-19 has affected the whole of humanity, and not least the most vulnerable, which would include all women. The SIM, in working to bring this to our attention and take measures, has certainly done something very useful. The publications that SIM has made available have been particularly useful. There's one on rural women and sustainable agriculture in the Americas in COVID-19, the life of women, how to recognize differentiated impact, violence against women in the era of COVID-19 and the life of women, emergency caretaking epidemic, and the investment in caretaking. Another important element, I believe, that the OAS is working on, as well as the SIM, is to achieve parity in all spaces. We are particularly gratified to see that as this Permanent Council in March of 2010 adopted, we now have parity in the OAS. That is a very patent proof of how serious we are in working against discrimination against women and emphasizing equal participation in the public sphere. This is something that had to begin in the organization, and parity, being equal and active participation between men and women, has been achieved. We are delighted to hear that this is the case, and the measures that have been taken on the basis of Belém do Pará and the spotlight mechanisms in which Guatemala has been active. There have been a series of workshops that have in fact borne fruit. People who have participated from various political groups have all understood better how critical it is to prevent violence in the political sphere as elsewhere. So we are very gratified to see what has been done and support rendered by civil society and academia with an objective to promote and strengthen the rights of girls, adolescents, and women. We each have the responsibility to call attention to the position of these women and the role that they must be devolved in the recovery post-COVID. This has to occupy pride of place in the Inter-American agenda as we strive toward societies that are ever more just and equitable. Thank you. The alternate representative, Mr. Fredden of the U.S., has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We commend Secretary Mora for her informative and timely presentation today. We appreciate the SIM's proactive approach to addressing the impact of COVID-19 on women and the essential role that women must play in designing and implementing recovery plans. The United States recognizes that promoting gender equality, advancing women, peace, and security, preventing and responding to gender-based violence, and investing in women's economic empowerment are essential to address the many challenges facing us in the region and beyond. As testament to the U.S. commitment to women and girls, President Biden signed an executive order in March establishing a White House Gender Policy Council. And to echo the words of Vice President Kamala Harris, quote, "The status of women is the status of democracy," unquote. We thank the SIM and its delegates for its continued efforts to carry out the mission to shape public policy from a rights-based perspective for the full participation of women in our societies and to eliminate gender-based discrimination and violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The permanent representative for Costa Rica is now recognized. Go ahead. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, greetings to you, to the distinguished ambassadors, delegates, the Secretary General, the Assistant Secretary General, and most especially to Alejandra Mora, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Council for Women. We're very grateful to the work carried out by the SIM, as Alejandra Mora has described, and we understand how critical her own contribution has been in that domain. Numerous studies on women, adolescents, and girls, even before the pandemic, had shown that the forward momentum of rights of women had stalled, and we understand since then that parity is certainly not what we had hoped it had been, and is in fact backtracking in the context of health and education in this time of the pandemic. Wouldn't it be nice to say the contrary? But we all understand that the pandemic has widened the gap. 47 million more women and children will have fallen into extreme poverty over 2021, and this is about 445 million at the level of the world at large. If the rate of poverty was to drop, alas, estimates today look to an increase of 9.1%. The pandemic crisis has further brought home, and very hard, the understanding of what Executive Secretary Mora has been explaining. The intersectionality, which is ever more evident and ever more important of these issues, tells us so. We see women and girls in ever more vulnerable positions. There is where the work of the SIM is especially welcome and necessary. We would hope that programs would continue to tackle gender inequality head-on so that equality may be true for all. This will be an opportunity to move forward and be sure that the new normal will be a feminist new normal. The Inter-American Commission of Women has also fought violence against women, and today more than ever we understand that the convention, I speak now in the context of the Commission of Belém do Pará, and through MESECVI and its various rounds and the recommendations of that group of experts, has to be taken to heart. The right of females to live free of violence is indubitable. And is it not one of the greatest challenges that we all face? Femicide, violence in the home, violence in the workplace, violence on the digital domain. We have got to say no. And doubling efforts is not enough. We should at least triple our efforts to understand more cogently the structural reasons for this and do something about it in order to close the yawning differences that separate males from females in this country. And the MESECVI prescriptions, of course, are of the essence. We reiterate our commitment to the right of women and to the right of girls through concrete action, such as are being undertaken from the level of the presidency of my country through the UNAMI, the Institute for Women, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Religion. Thank you. Thank you very much, Permanent Representative for Costa Rica. I now give the floor to Sandra Cisalema, the alternate representative for Ecuador. The delegation of Ecuador greets the Executive Secretary of the SIM, Alejandra Mora Mora, and congratulates her on her wonderful presentation. We have repeatedly said that the work of the SIM is excellent, striving as it does to achieve ever more resounding triumphs in the areas that have been pushed forward through so many conventions for the promotion and the protection of women, including Convention 190 of the ILO to reduce the impact of violence on women, and also gender harassment. We are committed also to fully observing the elements of Sustainable Development, SDG 5, and the empowerment of women and girls included. The report we've heard today on what has been done and what remains to be done is something that fills us with pride and with pleasure as we see how clearly the rights of women are being looked at, all the more so in the very complex context of the COVID that has certainly carried out, as we've been hearing and which we know, a very differential impact as between men and women. Activities in my country focus on emphasizing inclusive socioeconomic development and gender equality. To that end, the national government is working towards public policies that are free of discrimination. As the report states that we've received, Ecuador is among the countries that it appears have achieved the greatest progress in these areas, progress toward parity in this domain as in others. We have an organic law on democracy, the integral development of the prevention against of violence to women, the law which carries the name of a woman, Violeta, and numbers of other matters that are being debated in the National Assembly as I speak. The 10th edition of the training course on candidates will be carried out in November. And we also have the follow-up, of course, the MESECVI group on Belém do Pará and the group of women in the Spotlight Initiative. All of these areas are areas in which Ecuador has been very active, looking particularly at the importance of sensitizing women on the importance of joining political parties and stepping up also in the corporate ladder. This pandemic has been very, very difficult, but at the same time, I think it has focused our attention on how important it is to be clear-sighted about the defense of women. There will always be room for improvement, that we know. And the SIM will be behind us to help us do so. But what we want is to come up with the necessary defense to ensure that women can live in ever more equitable and fairer societies, free of violence. This is why we support the SIM and are pleased with its ongoing dialogue with all of our member states. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Cisalema. And finally, the permanent observer of Spain has the floor. Thank you and good afternoon. Greetings to Secretary General Almagro and all of our colleagues, and to you, Chair, certainly. We want to begin, of course, by thanking you for including this important issue on the agenda of the Permanent Council today. Let me also point out that you might have noticed we are almost all women who have spoken under this item. And as you may also know, Spain is deeply committed to the matter, and that is why I cannot go without congratulating the Inter-American Commission of Women for its ongoing struggle in favor of the rights of women and girls, which rights are ongoing in their violations on the social and health levels. The first inequality is that of gender. Everything else builds on that, which is why an intersectoral approach is so important. We are working closely with the SIM, we in Spain, and there are a number of courses that we have organized to support SIM candidates, and I applaud them all. And the cultural project that have been carried out in the Caribbean and in Latin America, and those courses are ongoing, and you are all cordially invited. So if you haven't done so already and want to join any one of those training sessions, you're more than welcome to do so. As regards the pandemic, it's important, of course, to work in a participatory manner to ensure that there will be a road towards resilience and sustainable growth, and the role of women in the post-pandemic road will be essential. We know that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Monton. That brings us to the end of the statements, and the chair at this point suggests that the Permanent Council takes very good note of the presentation of the report that we have received, the annual report of the Inter-American Commission of Women to the 51st regular session here, and it explains. That will, of course, pick up what we have heard now. And thank you very much for everything you have offered, and it will be per Article 91 of the Charter. As I say, it will be presented to the next General Assembly. If there are no further observations, we consider then that this item is approved. We are very nearly at the end of this regular session, which, because of its content, has really been a special session. It has not been a regular meeting, far from it. But we have one more item on our agenda, that is other business. Is there any? It appears there is not. And I therefore merely point out that we will have a special assembly, a special meeting, I should say, of this Permanent Council on September 14th, where we will be commemorating the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. I understand that before we close, someone is asking for the floor. the ambassador for Trinidad and Tobago, country which celebrated its National Day yesterday. And actually, before I began the meeting, I had wanted to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago most warmly. But last but not less than enthusiastically, I offer you the floor. Trinidad and Tobago Ambassador, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure if Her Excellency Epsi Campbell-Bard, Vice President of Costa Rica, is still with us. I acknowledge her nonetheless. Excellencies, interim and alternate representatives, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. Before I deliver my remarks, Chair, I wish to extend on behalf of the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago congratulations to you on your assumption as Chair of this Permanent Council. Please be assured of the support of our delegation during your tenure. Chair, on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I express our sincere appreciation for the congratulatory greetings conveyed by colleague permanent representatives and permanent observers on the occasion of the 59th anniversary of independence of our beloved Twin Island Republic. We are heartened to note that this year's independence celebration coincides with the inaugural commemoration of the International Day for People of African Descent. This is a historic moment, and we applaud the efforts of the government of Costa Rica, and in particular, Her Excellency Vice President Campbell-Bard, in creating the leadership for the institutionalization of this important and impactful initiative at the global level, and also for her inspiring remarks here this morning. Trinidad and Tobago gained its independence on August 31st, 1962, marking our transition from colonial rule to self-governance. Our road to independence involved many persons of African descent, representative of more than 40% of our very diverse population, who collaborated tirelessly to ensure that all races are able to participate fully in the future development of our country. Indeed, Chair, that enduring commitment is heralded in our national anthem by our expressed intent as a country and people that, and I quote, "Here every creed and race find an equal place," end of quote. For Trinidad and Tobago, it is therefore propitious and significant that August 31st of each year should henceforth be commemorated as the International Day for People of African Descent. Again, we thank all delegations for your kind words of congratulation on the 59th anniversary of our national independence, and we join with the international community in celebrating the contributions of people of African descent through this coinciding global commemoration. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the permanent representative of Trinidad and Tobago for your kind words. This is a part of the collective memory of our Western Hemisphere and our organization as well. That is the movement that led to Trinidad and Tobago's independence in 1962. We commend you on your National Day. We also wanted to say that on the 14th, we have our special meeting to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. We are addressing this issue with the coordinators of the different regions. Certain countries or member states have already expressed an interest in being represented on this special permanent council through their ministers of foreign affairs, and obviously it would be a great honor to receive them, just as it will be an honor to receive all member states and see their participation, as we are sure that it will greatly enrich this organization. This day we celebrate the 20th anniversary of a document that has been a cornerstone of democracy in our region. and that is key to promoting human rights. This has been a regular meeting, but it has been a special meeting in another sense of the word, because His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala, gave us a marvelous speech in which he said many things, but he discussed the importance of food security, which I would like to highlight as well. He also told us that the theme for the next General Assembly will be "For a Renewed America," a concept with which we can all be in agreement. He also told us that the Quetzal, this wonderful symbolic bird from the great country that is Guatemala, will actually be the symbol of the meeting as well. And we are all very excited about that. This meeting has been remarkable, and I think that it stands as a historical milestone. I perhaps don't have experience in other regions, as many of you surely do, but it has been extremely exciting to hear from the Vice President of Costa Rica as she spoke to us about the meaning of this day. It was very special to celebrate with her this day for people of African descent, and to celebrate the fact that Costa Rica seeks to have paragraphs related to this topic included in the Omnibus Resolution on Human Rights, which is being prepared for consideration by the member states at this next General Assembly. It has been very moving to hear all of the remarks that were made today. So to conclude this highly stimulating and wonderful meeting, it was very special to hear from Ms. Alejandra Mora, who explained so clearly what is happening when it comes to women's rights and women's inclusion in our hemisphere. And as the permanent representative of Peru, I would just like to say that I echo everything that was said, as I do echo the comments that were made by the distinguished permanent representatives today. I just wanted to wrap up saying that. I also appreciate the remarks made on this issue by the Secretary General of the OAS, as well as the presentation delivered by the IACHR Commissioner McCulley. We are very thankful for her comments as well. All that having been said, and as it is 1:06 in the afternoon, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you very much.